I would wish to ask everybody to switch your camera as you are connected online. We can see you on our screen. We are now in our theater film faculty, so please, if you hear us, switch on your camera. Okay, I can see Michal, I can see Barbara, I can see Frederick, I can see Sebastian. So, welcome very much on our conference. I want to introduce our audience that is mainly from our students from visual effects and game design faculty. They are from three classes from game design and 5 classes of visual effects. I want to introduce our speakers. So we can see Frederick. So say hello, Frederick.
Hi everyone. Dobrý deň.
Dobrý deň. Okay, so I later introduce him much more. Please, Michal Klosinski.
Hello.
Hello, Michal. He will be the second speaker. And if we have also Sebastian, so Sebastian, switch camera, say hello.
Hello.
Finland. So, okay, fantastic. The connection is working and technique is working, so it's great. Message for us, everybody. So I want to welcome everybody, our guests from Czech Republic. I cannot see now if Mr. Redl is here. Can I see him? No. Okay, so he will be late probably, or later. I hope he will come. And I want to tell that our international conference of visual effects and game design has in this moment 9th continuation. So we have 9 years tradition, and last 4 years it happened that started to be international. So in comparison with last year, so we will not have guests from Portugal school, Sofona, but for future we had a promise that we will have students from, I hope, Finland, from Poland, Czech Republic, and maybe from Belgium. Okay, so this year it will be just 1 day of conference, and our program, you would know everybody of our program, but just I repeat that the first speaker will be Mrs. Andrea Zravelova. The second speaker will be Michal Klosinski. The first speaker will be a group of our students of 4th class or first graduate class of visual effects, Timea Michalčíková and Patrik Sekač. Then later will be Elisha Černaj and Edo Randl. And after these 2 presentations of our students, we'll have a break for pizza and different refreshments. And after a break, time for lunch, we'll have 3 more presentations, as I mentioned. So first will be Marcela Gini from Czech Republic. He's a teacher and student on visual effects in Brazilian University, Czech Republic. And later there will be Frederick, and last our speaker will be Sebastian Laurita. Okay, so I try to introduce our first speaker, Mrs. Andrea Vrabelova. She's teacher at the Studio of Visual Effects and Game Design at the Film Faculty National in Bratislava. During her career, she worked as an architecture, scenography author, costume designer, and designer in film, television, and advertising projects and creative solutions in the interior and the design industry. Recently, he has been working in the field of VFX management and the coordination of film production, but her main interest is in the field of creative VFX supervision, where she is dedicated in the creation of scenography, visual effects, and in digital environment. An example in the collaboration on the film, the Maid, in Slovak language, Služka. But the most recent project is the film directed by Juraj Jakovisto, Karimbaba, and the Birds, where she worked in the position of chief architect and then also VFX post-production as a trick artist and a creative VFX supervisor. So now it is time for Mrs. Andrea Vrabelova with her presentation, and I'll try to give her the word. I hope that technically is everything okay, that you can hear us well, and I won't repeat that our conference is streaming by Teams, and at the same time it is streaming also by internet with 360-degree camera that is in front of our screen. And you can compare the connection of Teams with the connection on YouTube. Everything is recording, and from this recording will become a video that will be put on internet in the same way as from the last years of conference.
I like introduce my presentation. I started my presentation. Thank you for my introduction by Professor Lavik. So visual effects is now an integral part of production design, and it's rare to find a contemporary film without it, and as it cheaper, already scripts are written with visual effects. Also in this case, visual effects combines computer-generated sequence with live-action footage, and using a combination of technical and artistic skills. In my latest work, The Chambermaid, I want to introduce the scene I was working on as a CG production designer, because production designer of the film was Tomáš Beck, an excellent production designer and scenographer from Slovakia. This is poster from the movie The Chambermaid, and the world premiere of the movie was at Tallinn Black Nights Film Festival during this November 2022. And it immediately got the attention of the festival's programming team. The film critics presented this movie in a brand new section, the Critics Picks competition, as one of the brilliant art house films that unfortunately often get lost in the mix of fast-growing offerings and major international festival. And I was given the opportunity to work on a film as a production designer responsible for this CG sequence of the film. At Post-Production Studio 77, with an excellent editor and also visual effects supervisor, Andrei Azur. I want to tell you something about the story of the film. It's the Czech and Slovak and Czech historical drama directed by a Slovak director and writer Mariana Čandel-Solčanská. It's also an adaptation of the book of the same name by Slovak writer Hanna Lasicová, who co-wrote the script with the director. The film follows the protagonist, poor 15-year-old Anne, who travels from a small Slovakian town to Prague to work as a maid in a wealthy family. There she meets Teresa, the daughter of the Austrian family, who is the same age as Anne, but enjoys a privileged life. Despite the social gap between them, they found a way to each other and shyly discover their love for each other, and in a rigid society dominated by men and old conventions. The story is set at the beginning of the 20th century against the backdrop of the fall of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the creation of Czechoslovakia during 1914 to 1918. The exterior scenes were filmed in the Slatinany Castle, in the Czech Republic, and in the village Museum Martin of Slovakia. So I will show you a final sequence of film, and then I will explain the process of my work in the following presentation.
Pojď, já ti ukážu. Jaké to je u tebe doma, Anko? Jak se tam žije? Pěkně. Jednou tam pojedeme, ano.
Spolu?
Jenom my dvě.
Hej. A budeme tam spolu bývať. Ukážem vám mesto. Kalváriu. V lete sa budeme kúpať. A na jeseň oberieme slievky, uvaríme lekvár. Budeme si žiť.
Doufám, že povolají i Gustava.
As you can see, this this shot was filmed on a green screen with the aim to place a 360-degree panoramic image of Prague behind the actresses. And green screen basically lets you draw in whatever background images you want to be behind the actors and the foreground. We know that mostly it happens in situations when the background isn't available, like a fictional, scientific, historical, sci-fi, historic, futuristic, or even just hard to access locations. And in this case, it was due to the achievement of historical fidelity, but also the modification of the environment according to artistic ideas. You can also see motion trackers because camera was not static and followed move of actresses or more sophisticated 3D shot. Here I try to show the first draft idea how the shot should look like. In this video, young Teresa takes Anka to the roof of the house to show her the size and the beauty of the city she is living in. And they look out over the rooftops and towers of the city. But the atmosphere of background doesn't match with desired intention. The aim of director and our team was to achieve visual feelings of the old historical big city, a little bit industrial, smoky, without such a sunny atmosphere as we saw it on old photos of town. And how I said before, camera is moving, and that's why we decided to create 3D models of buildings as one of the background layers. Beginning of my work as production designer, art director, always start with research. We find relevant materials as a basics for creative processes for designing. I choose these unique photos from Karel Plitzka, who born in 1894. He was a Czechoslovak photographer, director, cinematographer, script writer, musician, and collector and teacher, and he became the founder of Slovak National Cinematography. He chose his work as an inspiration not only for matte paint, but mostly for 3D art to show the architectural details of old roofs, roof tiles, which shapes were visibly different as today. And he lived in the same era as our two protagonists of the film. He was born in Vienna, but he studied at Prague and also devoted his life and works to Slovakia, documenting nature, architecture, people, and more. This is an example of an atmosphere I want to achieve. Smoky, beautiful town full of historical buildings and towers. In his urban black and white photography from the early 20s and 30s shows Prague in an extraordinary view. And I was inspired by Prague's architecture with her composition of architecture, proportions of buildings, specifics of roofs and windows. There are also colorized videos that capture Prague in the years or during the years around 1912. It should be noted that many architecture gems from the Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque era remained intact because the city was not rebuilt like most European capital cities during the 18th and 19th century, when it was only provincial town in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Also, Prague was spared the tragic fate of the cities such as Dresden during the World War II. It allowed me to compare and more easily create a template for the film footage because the city has not changed in its historical center. But in fact, as you can see, reality is a little bit different, as you can see in these photos from the city of Prague, which I took during my stay in Czech Republic. The city has visibly changed over the last 100 years. Most of the architecture and buildings have undergone renovations. Roof elements, windows, decorative ornaments, and motifs have changed. The facades of the buildings are newly painted, and it's very rare to find a building that corresponds to the period of World War I or the early 20s. Also, for these reasons, it was possible to use only a few photos for the matte paint, and the rest I had to add from pixels, which are free for commercial use, or I had to patiently create collages from my successful photos. Now I will show you images from the movie filmed at Prague. I was inspired by because they were finished already. And you can see the factories in the center of Prague and the pictures of the camera work the actress in the foreground and the blurry background. In this case, the unwanted new elements on the buildings are invisible, and after grading it was possible to achieve the desired atmosphere of the film. Matte painters are commonly known for replacing objects in the background. They are too far away to be worth rendering out of full 3D. In this case, it was the same reason, but for me it was important to select suitable elements related to the specific historical period in which was the film set. And this is required elements I was looking for. Such a nice wooden window that gives texture of the old buildings. But as you can see, there were a lot of unwanted elements like stainless steel chimneys, air conditioning, satellites, renovated roof, modern roof, windows, bright colored tiles, remove the ornaments from facades, plastic windows. So, and the photos of matte paint, I couldn't use for baked sunlight and shadows. I start with very easily available 3D model of Prague, according to which I found the composition from matte paint, but also as a basis for the CG environment. And this, I took it together and put panorama. This is the end. This background was split into several layers to achieve parallax and natural feeling of moving objects and light. So you can see this. Also, despite the fact there are many marketplaces that sells various 3D models, because it was like two ways. One was matte paint and then was 3D modeling. I could not find anything that would suit to my artistic visual opinion, and there were many reasons why this happened. For example, the poor quality of the models, or they were not suitable because of material or visual reasons. And I used the same model, and I was looking for a part for the city that I liked, and I use it as a template for the floor plan. And the 3D artist and me, we tried to find this nice part. But as you can see here, the model we were inspired by is just for inspiration, structure of buildings, but we cannot use it. It was not optimal, and there are many issues in geometry of the model. So the only solution was to remodel it. So we just used the wireframe to find a small part of blocks of buildings. This. And I chose the building blocks, which were really nice. But it was still really rough. It's not so creative. So I changed the structure of these blocks and divided them to more segments. And it starts to be more interesting and also variable in future steps. The upper structure part was used to create the roofs, which has been procedurally generated in Houdini. And roof areas were randomly divided in order to achieve variability for different types of tiles, dormers, windows, and chimneys. You can see details, and you can see details of various types of tiles, dormers, and facade width. Attic, we were model for this buildings, and it's typical for historical architecture of Czech and Europe area. This is the final image of blocks of buildings prepared for rendering. This you can see first render of architecture, and facades had not such a big priority because my attention was focused on the texture of the roofs and the different motifs of the dormers and the different colors of tiles. This was rendered right in the selected scene. So you can see the first texturing and lighting, the proportions and other elements we were put together. There was one more important motif of the film, the church tower, which defined the environment as well as the house in which the family had lived. So you can see the church tower through the window. It was St. Martin Church in Slatinany. And in this shot, the tower can be seen on the left side in this test, and for now it is only replaced by a simple rectangular shape. And it was easier to scan the tower during the production of the film than to make a 3D model and texture it, so we used this option. Let's see that. It was not only less time consuming for us, but the next reason was that we could use visual effects as well, because we could render huge geometry and large textures to compare it, for example, with models primarily used for game design. These models must be optimized and require further steps at various methods that usually involve modifying the models. You can see the detail of the raw scan, photorealistic asset. There were some unwanted visual errors with those elements, so some post-process steps were used to fix it. You can see wires, so basic wires for our shot. And also during compositing, there was several layers which can be put together. I was cooperated with the artist for the composition, and you can see the layout of the layers. They are located in the section of the circle so that the panoramatic shot can be achieved by rotating placement of cameras and lens adjustments have an enormous impact on financial aesthetics. This is a draft of final composition, and the lighting is a little bit too much. Also, we put their simulations, requested elements. So we add smoke from the chimneys, and smoke was created in Houdini and added kind of life to the footage. Also, subtle movement of trees, moving leaves also adds the image natural and realistic feelings. This is great. Okay, it's the end of my presentation. So if somebody has some questions, so
Yes, thank you. And the first question will put our student from first class, Josef Runi, if he is here. So please.
I would like to ask if what did you learn in this process, and if you would change something and do something different next time.
during this process, maybe not. I like this work. It was a little bit different in this way that I came to the process of film quite at mostly at the end, where because all these shots were prepared before shooting, and I start to work on the shot which was strictly done. Yes. So there was only creative way I tried to use was to put architecture typical for early 20s, and I and put it together with all these elements to be natural and to be historical, true. And maybe next time I think I had also a lot of time to make this shot, so it was not a problem, and I hope the finished shot you like.
Okay. The next question, William Czorniak.
I have a question. What was the most important for time management?
Oh, that it's what I said before. I had quite a lot of time to make and prepare this shot, because supervisor of this film and editor, he knows all processes. They are they need to be done before start shooting. So it was very good prepared and before. So that's why I think it's really important to have a visual effects supervisor on the set, and also to be in communication with the director from the first steps of beginning of the film.
Thank you. And the last question will put Shimon.
My question is how you make first early reconstruction of the town. You have there some 3D models and satellite map or something like that?
Yes. How I show it was model 3D model of Prague, which are free in application in internet, in the web, and I could use it for free, and it was really it was very simple way for me to make a layout or floor plan, because I needed to make everything from myself, and I used it, but as you see, it was not good for another step. So it was just inspiration. It was just first composition. It was just for structure of the historical part of the town, and everything were remodeled. Everything was remodeled. So I was looking for some models in the marketplaces, but doesn't help, because maybe I found one building, but it was old, and then I found out that it was poor quality, and as you see, I need a lot of elements which should be historical, true, to be like exactly in this 1920.
Okay, thank you very much. So now is time for next speaker and next presentation. Please, Michal, if you connect, switch.
I just very fast will say that Mr. Michal Kosinski is from Poland. He is associate professor, so in our language it is entitled docent. At the Faculty of Humanities, University of Silesia, Katowice. He is a member of European Studies Society and the Society for European Studies. During his doctoral studies, he participated in the Paris program in critical theory. He published articles on Polish literature theory, and video games, as well as 4 monographs in Polish too, of which Center of the Game Studies. Hermeneutics of video games, interpretation, immersion, utopia. It was Warsaw 2018, and adventures of digital nomad game interpretations, Katowice 2023, so it is very fresh. His current hermeneutical and post-hermeneutical research can be placed at the intersection of literary theory, game studies, and European studies. His main interests are critically oriented on video games, literature theory, and philosophy of technology. His research focuses on questions of representation, simulacra, quasi-objects, and critique of capitalism, based on hermeneutics lectures of games and literature. He's raising a grant for making game biopolitics, from the Polish National Science Center, and he is currently the founder and head of game studies research center in Katowice. So it is very short bio to introduce him. Maybe he wants to say something more about him, and then please your presentation.
Thank you, Ludovic. I'll start with big love for inviting me to speak at your conference. I'm honored, and I hope you survive until the end of my very theoretical presentation, although one that is supposed to be a guideline. So I'll start sharing my screen now. Can you see the presentation? Hello, hello.
Yes, we can.
Cool. So the topic I'm going to talk about today is game design and the utopian mindset. So basically, I was wondering how to teach in a way that allows students and game developers, future game developers, to introduce some critical ideas into their games. Because I teach at creative writing at our faculty of humanities, and also I teach narrative aspects of game design, like world building or building narratives for games. I will be focusing on aspects of representation and maybe critical inquiries into some of the game problematic. So step one, what is the utopian mindset? Where do I come from here? So the theoretical background for this presentation and for my thinking is can be seen in these three works, but also other major publications from utopian studies. Utopia as Method by Ruth Levitas, Utopianism for a Dying Planet, a very recent publication by Gregory Claeys, the president of Utopian Studies Society, and a book by Tom Moylan, Becoming Utopian, also very important recent study into how can we become more utopian. So out of those three works, Utopia as Method by Levitas introduces the concept of imaginary reconstitution of society. In short, IROS. And in this book, Levitas introduces three modes of utopia. Utopia as a method for thinking. And this is where I come from, of course. So utopia as a method for thinking. So these three modes are archaeology. So the critical engagement with past visions and models of good society. We could see some of that in the previous presentation, a fascinating inquiry into how the world looked like, and also asking questions how people in that world lived. And of course, this is related to researching the past and present and understanding the underlying ideologies or ideas behind how the world works and how the world functions. The second mode is utopian ontology. So in every part of utopian text or any text of culture, we can search for existential conditions. So what it means to live a good life or a bad life. This is of course related to reflecting on how we define and see human and non-human nature, how we see problems such as ethics, how we relate to desire, and how we perceive freedom. And last but not least, the most important in Utopia as Method is the architecture. And architecture here doesn't mean just reflection on how we build stuff. It is about imagining the not yet. In the German, it's noch nicht. It's how we design alternatives and speculate about the future. It's how we imagine how we could reform the society and how we could change it to better or worse, of course. Because outside of utopianism, we have, or inside utopianism, we also have the production of dystopias. So those texts which warn us against different negative scenarios of the future. So starting with the question, you're wondering, what is the utopian mindset? So utopian mindset is the way we think about alternatives to current life conditions and shape of our world, to laws and norms, but also human relations. And that also relates to the everyday functioning of institutions such as schools, academia, public institutions, media, which ties in with the outlook on current economy, politics, and of course, ecology. So that in turn is related to what we eat and how we live our everyday lives. Of course, in the current times of the ChatGPT and AI revolution, this also is related to the questions of how we work and why we work. Of course, there are also many more ideas behind the utopian mindset, but it's basically thinking about alternatives. So why do we need the utopian mindset? As we delve deeper into how we project alternatives, we need this way of thinking to envision a brighter and better future. The world as we know it seems to be crooked, seems to be destructive, or the way we live on the planet seems to be destructive, seems to have led us to a very, very dark image of the future. So understanding and imagining alternatives is crucial for us to dream and desire a better world, to introduce social, political, and economic reforms, to rebuild the world into a better one. And also, we need utopian mindset to imagine the dreadful effects of human action, to imagine what will happen if we don't change anything, if we don't start acting now. So it's also pivotal in warning us against bad choices and dangerous politics. And the last thing is, of course, why is utopian mindset important for game design? It seems to be important for how we rebuild the world. But I think that here is a very important linkage, because games are one of the most important media of designing how we think about the world. So utopian mindset can help us with, firstly, promoting activism through games. So pointing the players and the people who are interested in games to some sort of agency that could maybe liberate them, help them to understand the world they live in. And this is done by problematizing social, economic, and political issues. Games as media mediate. They are vehicles for visions of society, for visions of economy, for procedural rhetorics. And that is why we need sometimes to break design conventions. And utopian mindset helps us to do so, to innovate, to see alternatives in the systems that we are used to when playing games. But utopian mindset can also be built when we're or used when we're building the team that is producing the game. So it can be used when we're thinking about building mutual trust and a sense of community that we share when we're actually working together on a project that will sometimes take half a year, 2 or 8 years. But utopian mindset can also help us with making our game into a device for spreading hope for a brighter future. And of course, last but not least, utopian mindset can help us with educating society and inciting collective action, because as the recent psychological studies from 2020 and 2022 show utopianism is the pivotal or crucial element in inciting collective action, in making us into a community. So step 2, I'm done with theory. How to apply utopian mindset. I was trying to devise some kind of a set of questions and guidelines, as I see that many times when I work with my students, they ask us, so, Michael, what do we do? How do we design a utopian game? Or how do we make our game more utopian? So basically, the utopian mindset can be used when thinking about game mechanics, game representations. So how the game works, how it looks, how it presents the world to us. But it can also be used when thinking about narrative, when we're thinking about the ideas behind our story. What do we want to convey to players, and how do we want to make them more engaged in the problems of the world? And that also is why we use utopian mindset in problematizing our game. So how do we want to project certain motivations in our game? And this also ties, of course, with making the game accessible, team building, in-game criticism, for example, if we want to make our game critical towards a certain ideology. And of course, the major theme nowadays, world building. So the set of questions and guidelines. I'll start with archaeology. Questions that we can use here when we're thinking about gathering material or researching for our game. What forms of economy, governance, and societal norms do you know from history? And as we can see in the beautiful poster of the pyramid of capitalist system, we can all reference the historical critiques also. How the world as you know it came to be. So what do you know about the history of your town, of your neighborhood, of your country, of the world? And how can you use that as the basis for your game? What social visions have been produced within different cultures? So how did your culture seek a betterment of its institutions, of its working conditions, for example? How historically you see reference being introduced, and how the inhabitants and societies of your world, of your game, struggled to make it a better place to live. So it's also interlinked. So how do you see in your history, in the history of your people, your nation, your ethnicity, your country, this drive to make it a better place to live? So the guidelines here would be to think about different shapes of societies, value systems, hierarchies, economies, politics, and how these change over time. To see that the societies we live in now are an effect of a process that has happened through generations and centuries, and how different societies have produced different value systems. That our own society may have different values than a society built on the other side of the globe. And another guideline is to try to remember what made you feel emotionally attached to societies represented in literature, films, comics, or games you love, and to ask yourself if you want to convey similar feelings with your game. So try to think with other games. Games are made of games. So try to also think about this archaeological experience as a research that you do to what made you feel good in literature, in film, in other games. And an example would be a beautiful or very awe-inspiring design of the game Frostpunk, soon to have a sequel by 11-bit Studios. So in Frostpunk, we can see that the 11-bits did a very thorough research, sociological, historical research into 19th century, into the visions that fueled fears and possible historical quarrels between peoples in the 19th century. And they used that as the basis for their game, for the design of how you think about the city and how you think about social classes, how you think about productivity, survival, and also the apocalyptic winter, which at the time in 19th century was the catastrophe that everyone feared. Second part, ontology. So here I would like you to focus on questions related to being, to the existence or existentialism. So what drives the characters in your game? How their desires are related to the social norms of the groups they come from. So what it means to be human or non-human in your game. Are these problems visible, or are these hidden? Or maybe you want to build your game around those problems. But also what social determinisms your characters try to overcome, like patriarchy, misogyny, androgyny, racism, xenophobia. It's also about thinking what motivates your characters to be better, to live a different life, to fight for their own rights. And as for guidelines, I say try breaking the procedural rhetoric of accumulation, colonization, and economy by subverting norms and introducing revolutionary thinking to fight against the known forms of oppression. Your character doesn't always have to be the guy who goes there into the world, kills everything, and loots their dead bodies. And it doesn't always have to be the RPG system we have known for ages that is actually the capitalist system in a nutshell, just copied and pasted all over the next game you're gonna play. I know it's pleasurable, but sometimes think about how to subvert that. And also, as a part of guidelines, think about the impact of environmental conditions, affordances, and interrelations between objects as well as human and non-human actors. So think how the world that you build for your game, how the environment in your game can be made meaningful. And affordances is the way to go here. It's rethinking how the environment changes who we are, how we think, how we act, and what ideas we act upon. It is different to build a character in a world that is, I would say, idyllic, and it is different to build a character and to introduce motivations when you think about a character in a dying world where food is scarce and everything from air to water is polluted. So an example number one here would be Disco Elysium. And think about how the game revolutionized something well known. They used the D&D classical system for building characters, but they introduced this affective or corporal element to how building your character translates into playing the game, into choosing the way you interface and interact with the world. This is the first system of a way that they revolutionized a very simple system and made it absolutely absolutely innovative in way of designing how we play, how we build our character, and how we interface with our character. And the second example is Stray. So we get to play a cat in a cyberpunk world that has gone very bad. So in a way, think about also using the ontology, or the mode of ontology to rethink what it means to play as a non-human being, to be different, and how that can be translated into the way we play or your players play the world. And the last part is about architecture. The questions here are, what are the not yet realized scenarios which bring us hope about the world with or without us, with or without capitalism? So try to imagine how the world would look like if we're not here. How can you use restrictions to modify the game experience and deepen ecological, social, and economic consciousness? So think about games as, or designing games as designing also restrictions, restricting players. This is what Seth Giddings has written on. So like, think about your game as a system of restrictions and how these restrictions translate into building challenges for the players and inviting them to think differently. Imagine radical changes in society, planet. What would these mean for the way the world, humans and non-humans function? So how environmental changes, catastrophes, how the effects of the Anthropocene and capitalism have influenced the planet, and what this means for the animals, humans, or other entities in your world. The guidelines here are ask questions starting with what if. So the best way to feel this utopian mindset in imagining the world for your game is role-playing a child who has not yet suffered the effects of socialization, so schooling, bullying, classifications, orders, prohibitions. Try to think of outside the box would be the idea behind this guide. And think about alternative fuel sources, for example, new types of communities, post-capitalist economy, an unexpected policy or way of governance, introduction of new ecological perspectives, and mourning caused by the dying planet. This is what Gregory Claeys teaches us in his book a recent book on utopia and ecology. So an example here would be Horizon series. Horizon has introduced to us a very interesting cyberpunk and sci-fi ideas about the dying planet and how we have caused the destruction of the planet, but at the same time we have introduced AI and terraforming ideas to rebuild our world from scratch. And in this example, we can see this world brought back to life by our own ingenuity within a certain utopian mindset, how the world could look like if we rebuild it from scratch, after the apocalypse, after the Anthropocene. So to conclude, utopian mindset is a way of thinking inspired by social dreaming. It means searching for alternatives, projecting solutions, inspiring agency, community spirit, and collective action. Utopian mindset follows Utopia's method, with focusing on 3 utopian modes: archaeology, ontology, and architecture. It is useful when designing social change, addressing communal, ecological, economic, and political problems of the world that we live in. And the major questions inspired by utopian mindset are: what game do you dream of making? This is the question that we should always think about when designing a game. How can your game convey a vision of an alternative world? How will your game subvert genre patterns and stereotypes? What vision of good or bad ways of living will your game mediate? And how will this project make you a better human being? Because we make games also to be better. So how do you make your game transformative, inclusive? And the take-home message, there's more to game design than a good business plan. The way you work can be utopian, communal, and alternative. The way you build a team can also have the aspects of utopian mindset behind it. Never stop dreaming about the not yet, the not realized visions. So believe that there is alternative, and turn your game into a hope for others. And utopias and dystopias give us power to act. That is the end of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I liked it very much, and it is really very interesting for me personally about this kind of social dreaming that is really very similar to film dreaming for our characters in film dramaturgy. And now it's time for first question. Jeronim prepared first question for he didn't. Okay, so I ask a different student. So please, Adam Churko.
I just listened.
Yes, I'll give you microphone. So I'll put a question instead of our students. So if you are thinking about social dreaming, so what do you think that the best ideas, you said something in your presentation, but in case if we have students in first and second class, what kind of game mechanics or themes could be used from your point of view that could be done by a very little group of students with low budget and just a little time for realizing the project, maybe in 1 year, maybe in 2 years?
That is a fascinating question. I would say take mechanics that from a game that you know very well. This is because you can like there are no copyright laws for using mechanics from other games. And try to ask yourselves how these mechanics can be subverted so that they tell a different story. Because if you think about simple mechanics for I would say a game of progress. So you throw a dice, you move towards a certain goal. So think about how that game could be changed by changing the simple mechanic, by adding something or maybe subtracting something from the mechanic that you already have. So think about maybe that games of progress usually say that there is one winner. Think about maybe how you can introduce a concept of cooperation to that game. So how a dice roll could also mean struggles that have to be overcome with the help of others. That would be my idea for like if I had to think about such a problem for now. Another thing is if you have a small team, if you don't have a big budget, it's good to reduce the amount of structures, ideas that you have to focus on a certain dream that also it's also about communication. If you choose a team leader or a project manager, then it's good to start with the idea what is the game that you dream about. So from my perspective, like the dream I have is a game where I could use magic query, where I could imagine and create a system, an algorithm for building the world from scratch with magic. With magic, I could build my own on my own. So, for example, I would propose such an idea to others, but also to see if there are interconnections between your dreams. So basically, if we dream the same dream, I would say that doesn't really happen. But if we see that there are linkages between our dreams, between our imaginaries, between the ideas that we have, then it's easier to design a game that will make you feel that it is your own. Because owning the project is a very important aspect of team building and cooperation. Also, if you think about a small team, it's good to see that your game can be related to a local problem. We are used to thinking games in big terms, big teams, EA, Ubisoft. But sometimes if you have a very small team, think about the problems of your local community. Think how you can show the problems that you are experiencing in your local community with your game. Identify them. Go to people. Open your team to this research agenda that you can have. So as to make the game something that your local community can use. So like the kids in your kindergartens or in schools around your district can benefit from. Think about the educational purpose sometimes behind your game or the transformative purpose. So first thing, it's also good to research what actually ails the local community you come from. That would be the long answer to your very complex and fascinating question.
It is a really very hard question, so it is not very simple to answer. So I just said that it is a very hard question. It is not simple to answer this question because to make idea about game, it is really very personal. But thank you very much for your question. Next question will give Nikita Zahinailo.
And my question is, are there any game genre represent these madness more than others?
Yes, of course. That question is. Thank you very much. I mean, I really tried to avoid using the name serious games. Because I believe that not only serious games are capable of translating the utopian ideas into gameplay, narrative, and representation. I believe that any game can have elements of this utopian mind. And let's be clear about it. I mean, it's not about making every game political or politically engaging. We love to play games not because of politics we see in them, but because they are fun. Because they catch our attention in some form of repetition and so on and so on. But sometimes if you produce a game that is really about, for example, the world after apocalypse, you make it very fun. Sometimes, like in Horizon, you just need a very stable element to build your utopian idea around it, like to push forward some of the ideas that have been present in Horizon Zero Dawn. So, for example, the idea of Gaia, taken from Martin and Lovelock, and presented in that game as this part of the AI that is actually represented by the names of Greek Roman gods. And also, for example, the project of Mechanical Animals, which is in a way utopian in itself. Because it shows us that we're trying to think about alternative forms of life. And in Horizon, we actually have this idea that AI can be caring, that we can teach it to be the replacement for something that we have lost. So there's this governing power that saves our world. And this is only one aspect of the game. Of course, there are things that have been criticized as neoliberal, capitalistic, and so on and so on. But this is the aspect that I would say is something that you can share among many different genres. If I had to answer your question shortly, yes, serious games or games, educational games, can be more loaded with utopianism. But I don't think that makes them a better vehicle for utopianism.
Thank you very much for your answer. And now, after a little break, we'll have our students. And as we spoke with Michal, so for next year, probably his students will participate on our conference, and we could be able to compare your sharing ideas with our sharing ideas. So I want, if you will have a little more time before your necessities, so to see our students of fourth class after 5 or 10 minutes, they will introduce their interesting theme that they are interested in working on in the fourth class of studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So I want to introduce our 2 students from second class of graduate studies of visual effects. And if I have to characterize them, so Tina Michalčíková is student of first year of visual effects master degree at film faculty. Before that, she was engaged in advertising, graphics, and photography. Later, she switched to 3D modeling at the bachelor's degree of studying film faculty. She currently works at the studio EFX as a compositor artist. She completed her bachelor's degree with the Authors film Seasons. You can see it on our web page, and I will try to introduce also Patrik Sekáč. Patrik Sekáč is student digital graphics, studied digital graphics at the High School of Electrical Engineering in Trnava. Later he received a BC degree at the film faculty since 2012. He has been working with digital graphics, editing photos and videos in the film industry. He mainly works with compositing and color corrections. He cooperates with Slovak and foreign professional productions. In the year 2021, he created a website for our festival, film Ačko Festival, at which his author's film Last Moments Before Fear won the award for visual effects creation. He currently works as a compositing artist in the studio EFX. So it is introduction, and now is time for our students to present their presentation.
Okay, thank you. So hello everyone. My name is Patrik Sekáč, and today, together with Tima Michalčíková, we are going to tell you more about visual effects in feature film. We noticed that more and more artists in our field are creating full CG films, which we totally understand. But we see the problem is that film crews don't have a knowledge how to work with VFX artists, and that it's good to include them in the pre-production of the film or some project. But on the other side, even the artists don't know how to assemble their own film crew for the feature film. This problem is not only in short or student films with low budget, but also in professional productions. Filmmakers often try to avoid visual effects in the film, and this mindset robs them of a lot of great ideas. When the film ends up in VFX post-production, anyway, they wonder why it costs so much money. This might have been avoided if they had communicated with VFX artists the previous steps. That's why today we are going to tell you more about our experience with visual effects in feature film and some basic topics useful for both VFX artists and rest of the crew.
So now I will tell some tips on how to do VFX in a movie. We will talk about what we did in movies at school. We want to show some mistakes and tips what to do when you building a film with VFX and what you need to think about. Many of the things they do in VFX after all may not be good when you have bad planet and can complicate your job. Now we know that if you spend a lot of time on some effects, you won't have time to finish the film. These tips we want to say may not be good, but this is what we now know, and it gave us a lot of skills to do VFX.
Okay, so in my very first year at school, I started to make a feature film with CG monsters and fire simulation. Of course, on the script and in the storyboard, it looked beautiful. Even the shooting went smoothly, but it failed on the fact that I didn't have enough experience and time to render such visuals. So the first thing VFX artists should think about before making a film is what it is capable of doing and in what time. So somehow I survived the first year, and next year I decided to work with my classmate Timea. I told myself that now we have more time and more experiences together, so there's nothing to go wrong. This project was much bigger. We had production, camera, even almost the whole crew, but except for the director. We were trying to replace the role of the director. At the same time, we were doing visual effects, and that was the biggest mistake of the project. While we were thinking about the effects, the actor had no one to explain him properly what to do. So my bachelor's film is called Last Moment Before Fear, and visualize the fear of a boy with dentophobia. This time I didn't forget the director, and it was an excellent decision. The film featured effects such smooth transitions between environments, green screen to real footage replacements and CG environments, and some various retouches. I successfully completed the project this time, but the problem was time management. Too many effects that I didn't pay enough attention to in preparation, and in the end they were done, but not in the quality I expected.
So, Devastated City, in this assignment, the main thing was to test what I can do in VFX. It was complicated because at that time I was just getting to know Nuke. Chibi was my second and difficult assignment because we had a big team on the set, and it couldn't happen that something was badly planned. We didn't have something like VFX sheet, and all the things complicate VFX in compositing. And Season, it was my last school movie. In this film, the shooting was well planned, but I had bad time management for CG assets, and that's why I didn't have enough time to compositing it.
Now we should watch a video from our first years on this school, at this school. Okay. Okay. In today's film production, the thinking is that if there is money for it, we'll bring in a VFX artist to the project. Most of the time, such a project ends up in a VFX post-production anyway, but without the VFX supervision. And therefore the shots are not prepared enough, and if the production didn't count on it, probably there is not enough time to work on it. So this process can sometimes be much more expensive than having one VFX artist to consult on set. Ideally, the director and scriptwriter will write the script and bring in a DOP and VFX artist to consult the shots one by one. The VFX supervisor should know how to execute the ideas efficiently, cheaply, and most importantly, beautiful. Some directors don't know how to work with VFX, and that's why communication is the most important part of pre-production. Of course, it's necessary for the VFX artist to be on set, and sometimes it's good if he is also there when shooting shots that don't have any effects. This is because the eye that retouches several mistakes in different shots every day can detect errors like that and can be fixed in seconds on set for free, but in post-production it might surprise the budget. Okay. Next slide is about why it's good to have a VFX artist on set. So it's saving your budget. He can offer new ideas, and he's collecting data from set, like camera settings or VFX sheet, something like that.
So now I will tell something about CG asset. In most of the films I put some assets in the footage. I once put a little human called Chibi in a movie. The whole film was about Chibi, and in the second film I decided to put the mutant as the main asset again. At that time I thought I had enough knowledge to handle it, but if you want it to look good, you have to know what to do on set. So now I will tell some tips about Chibi. And on the set we had a doll made in the same size as the model. Each of us on the set know how big the Chibi was. This made filming and time on set much easier. This also saved us time in VFX because acting action was identical with the other Chibi. This could be used in shots when the Chibi was standing and sitting still. In the scenes when the Chibi was moving, it was difficult to explain how fast he was moving and how the Chibi was going to move. So in this case, it would be good if we had animatic, which we didn't have then. We made the doll while planning the filming. I messed up to one of the doll because I painted it with bad color, and in the beginning it looked good, but and so within a few minutes a good sized doll with flexible limbs became an edged mess. So at the last minute we made a new one that was so much simple and didn't have skeleton like the model we had. If it's possible, the doll should have the same skeleton as the asset. For example, the height of the doll matched, but width of the head didn't fit. This caused some issue on set, especially in the shot when Chibi was lying on the couch and the action was painting on Chibi's face. That didn't fit in compositing, and in the end it took a lot of fixing. So the doll on the set should match the added asset, especially in the section that comes in the contact with things on the scene. The doll on the set shouldn't be static if the asset is in motion. And the doll is ideal. If it's little shiny, it helps us match light in the compositing.
Okay, now let's talk about how actors and VFX elements work together. As movies and TV shows use more VFX, it's important for actors to know how to use them to create a believable performance. Before shooting, it's important to go over the scene with the actors and explain them to what exactly the VFX team will be adding. This includes explaining the location, the creatures or effects that will be added, and any other relevant details. The more specific the explanation is, the easier it will be for the actors to visualize and interact with the VFX elements. Once the actors understand what will be added, and it's important that they practice interacting with the VFX element. During the shoot, it's important to ensure that the actors know where the VFX elements will be added. This can be achieved by using markers, doll representing CG character as chibi, and storyboard. Finally, it's important to give actors feedback on their performances. This will allow them to make adjustments and ensure that their performance are properly aligned with the VFX elements. It's also important for the VFX team to review the footage and make sure everything works together seamlessly. In conclusion, coordinating actors with VFX elements requires careful planning and communication. By walking the actors through the scene, using visual aids on set, and providing feedback, it's possible to ensure that the final shot is compelling and seamless blend of live action and VFX.
Slapcomp and animatic, all these methods are commonly used in VFX studios. Mainly in school films, it helps me a lot with the imaging of the ideas, shot and VFX. In a scene that is shot on the set and VFX is added in the comp, Slapcomp can help match the footage with the asset. It may be a situation that you're finishing the shot and something in the shot doesn't fit, and so it would be done all again. So it can be just adding one thing that completely changed the composition of the shot. In Slapcomp and animatic is something like that easy. And yes, in school films at the beginning, I thought that doing animatic was a useless step. Full CG shot. In a full CG film or just shot, animatic is basically the thing what you always need. Since you build a shot in the comp, it goes without saying that you must have animatic. A shot like that should be included in the cut at the beginning and updated. With a full CG shot, the advantage is that the asset may be in development yet. If you have some elements in the shot that make sense in raw film, then it needs to be shown in animatic.
Okay, now we want to show you some tools that the VFX team typically needs on set. So first is Chroma and Medball, and these balls are good for reference. You can take a picture of these balls and you have a reference of lighting on the scene. Green screen, all of us know how green screen works, so it's for keying out some objects or subjects. And camera, it's really important to have a camera on set. You need to take some pictures of environments or the whole scene. You can scan some objects, textures, and so on.
VFX sheet. In VFX sheet, you can text all info about each shot.
360 camera. You can use it to shoot HDRI image for reflections and lighting from scene to 3D scene.
iPad and laptop. All of us know how to use laptop and iPad. You can watch some footage and check it if all the things about VFX is good.
Okay, so color chart is for matching raw colors with real colors, raw footage. Distortion grid is important for making undistorted footage. So we can use it for compositing or camera tracking. And tape measure is very useful for measuring the dimensions of scene, the scales of CG characters or objects, CG assets, or the distance between some objects.
Okay, stands. It has many uses. For example, I use it like a doll to filming. Sandbags, it's always a situation when you can use it. And tape, the tape can be used for anything. On the set, you can simply make some points.
Okay, now please let us to show you our show reels at the end. Okay, thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for presentation. And now it's time for questions. Patrick will share the first question.
Yes, so you talked about time management too, and I wondered, you work in CG, and the one of the pains in CG is rendering. So I was wondering, do you think that real-time technology will ever replace totally the classical rendering that we use today?
Yeah, I hope so, because it's really hard to, it's always its problem to solve this problem with rendering time, and I think it's on a good way, because we can see virtual productions and so on, but I don't think it's now it's on the level that we can use it for the perfect production or high-end films, because it's really expensive for us, for Slovak film production. But I think it's in the future it will be much cheaper, and I hope we will use real-time rendering very soon.
I would like to ask if you have any more tips how to get a better performance out of an actor that's supposed to react to something that isn't in the set. If there are some ways to get a better interaction between him and the virtual world.
Yeah, so at first it's really important to have good communication with the actor and a director on set. The good actors can visualize somehow the unreal objects too. So it's really too important to have a good actor. And next tip for me, it would be good to have a virtual production that they can see everything around them, environment and objects to interact with, and he can live in the scene, not just with a green screen, but he can imagine. He don't need to imagine it. He will stay right in the scene, and he will see everything around him in the scene. So virtual production will be very good to help with actor play. Yeah.
Okay, and the third and last question will put Marian Perko.
Hello, so thank you for a nice presentation. And I would like to ask you, according to your experience, how willing is the crew make changes on the set based on your comments?
I never had a problem with this. Every time I'm trying to go with a script, and there is an idea from a scriptwriter or director, so we can't change the whole idea. But when the cameraman had set his lights, and I came there with a big green screen, and I need to light this green screen. Sometimes he had a problem with that, but I think it's very important to have a good relationships on set, and they almost every time they were good with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time for next presentation of our students from first phase of graduate studies.
So Richard Czernay and Eduard Randel will prepare the presentation, and during this their preparation I will tell something about them. So Richard Czernay is a creator of visual effects and a student of the first year of the visual effects master degree at the film faculty VŠMU in Bratislava. He submitted the co-authored film Too Much as a bachelor thesis to the VFX department of film faculty. He has been working on digital graphics, photo editing and creating short CGI films for 10 years. He currently works at Studio 727 and he works as a 3D generalist. So maybe it could be a question about his experience in this studio. And Eduard Randel, he's a master student in visual effects at the film faculty. He makes his way into the world of visual effects in 3D graphics. During his studies, he had the opportunity to intern in several studios, for example 727 Studios or Blue Faces. He worked in several positions such as 3D modeler, texturist, 3D scan cleaner, or environmental artist. In addition to 3D graphics, he also he also experiments with deepfake technology. He likes to read, to draw, watch movies, play video games, and board games. About this deepfake, I want to announce that he probably will be professional for series, for prepared series from Slovak TV, so really professional. And he's one of his specialization in deepfake is really unique, and probably for this our professional VFX space in Slovakia very important. So I put just you in evidence that deepfake is really for future very, it would be asked for from our students. So now it is time for presentation, and I'll give you.
Thank you. Okay, hello, my name is Richard. Next to me is Edward, and welcome to the motion capture workshop. We have divided this workshop into 4 parts. The first one is about what motion capture is. The second one is about what types of motion capture we know, and we will talk about some post-processing, how to export the import data and clean it up. And the last thing is Q&A. Okay, so we can start with what motion capture is. We will start with a small video demonstration that we have prepared for you, which will make it clear even to people who are not in VFX what the technology is. This demo is but totally from different movie trailers from different studios that use the technology. Okay, so we can start. Motion capture. We will start with small video demonstration that we have prepared for you, which will make it clear even to people who are not in VFX what the technology is. This demo is but totally from different movie trailers from different studios that use technology. Okay. Working. Okay. Okay, what is motion capture? As you can see from our short video, so it followed the motion capture, commonly referred to as mocap. Its technology is used in computer animated and filmmaking, which involves recording the movements of objects or people or animals and other things. And thanks to this data, we can animate digital models. This process of motion capture while placing marker on the body, which are then tracked by camera as they more which capture the data, which is then overwritten to translate it into the movement of the 3D models to creating a realistic animation.
So motion sensing has been around for 10 years, and the first versions used electromechanical systems, so it were really expensive and difficult to use. But in recent years, the technology has moved on considerably, and nowadays it can be obtained at more affordable price or almost for free. This has made technology more accessible to a wider range of industry applications. Apart from the entertainment and sports, motion sensing is also used in the medical industry and robotics, cybernetics research, and the latest advancement is in virtual reality, such as metaverse and stuff like that. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Type of mocap. So type of motion capture, this topic can be divided into several groups. So we know suites that can sense motion thanks the optics, and in the trial suites, magnetic, electromagnetic suites, and also suites capture motion with 3D sensors. And there is one more group or possibility of motion sensitivity, and this which the help for AI. Okay. Optical motion capture suites, and this type of motion sensing suite used optical sensor, also called tags, placed on the suite to track the wearer's movement. The sensors emit infrared light that is picked up by camera around the character or actor, which allows the software to accurately track and record their movement on the digital skeleton. These suites are often used in the production film or video game. There are a few examples from various films and games of how this suite is used in production. Okay. This is Avatar 2.
Okay, now we have inertial suits. So, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, whichever. Inertial motion sensing suits, also known as inertial measurement unit or MIU for short. The suit contains a number of small sensors, typically 17 to 27, that are attached to various parts of the body, including the head, torso, arms, and legs. These sensors consist of accelerometers, gyroscopes, and magnetometers, which together track the wearer's movement in three-dimensional space. Accelerometers measure linear accelerations, such as a straight line, and while gyroscopes measure angular acceleration, such as rotation. And then magnetometers are used to measure the Earth's magnetic field and determine the orientation of the suit relative to the planet's magnetic field. All this data is collected and sent to a computer, which processes it, okay, and creates 3D animation of the user's movement. And the resulting animation can be used in a variety of applications, from films to video games or even the scientific research. One of the main advantages of these suits is their portability and flexibility, unlike traditional motion capture systems, which requires a studio and often involve attaching tags to the body. These suits can be worn anywhere and require no external equipment, and this makes them ideal for motion capture in real-world environments. Another advantage is the price. Traditional motion capture systems can be expensive and require specialized equipment and personnel. These suits are more affordable and can be used by small studios or indie filmmakers or game developers. However, unlike optical ones, these suits are less accurate, and from this type of mocap, I could mention a few known companies which are making the suits, such as Rococo, Optitrack, Norton, Shadow, or the best known, at least for us, as you can see, Nixon's. Motion capture by artificial intelligence, my favorite. As we know, so many people simply can't afford traditional motion capture like Optitrack, Xsense and stuff. That's why we'll now talk about aforementioned option that is almost for free. The aforementioned company, Rococo, recently unveiled its artificial intelligence that made motion sensing closer to the general public than ever before. Rococo AI uses machine learning, movements, no suit required, sensors, or whatever, nothing. Reason why this method is almost for free is that Rococo has 3 subscription plans: Free, Plus, and Pro, and Enterprise, of course, but that's not for us. Starter plan is completely for free, up to 3 creators. You have unlimited cloud storage, and you can export to alt formats, skeleton, and mesh options. This plan is mainly for indie filmmakers, game developers, or just simply enthusiasts. Then you have $20 and $50 per creator. Then you can live stream to integrations plugins for Unity, Unreal Engine, Blender, Maya, Houdini, whatever. And enterprises, of course, simply individual conditions for big corporations, big fishes. This animation can be applied to a digital character or object in a variety of softwares, like, as I said. One of the benefits of using Rococo AI or Move AI, of course, is you can capture a wide range of movements and gestures, from subtle facial expression to full body actions. the software can also adjust for variation and lighting and other environment factors, so you can get pretty accurate motion capture data, even including in challenging conditions. Another advantage of using Rococo AI is you don't need, like I said, some complicated systems or of cameras and markers, or spend hours manually cleaning up the data. Instead, the artificial intelligence algorithms do much of work for you, allowing you to focus on more creative tasks like character design or animation.
Okay, post-processing, retarget. Retarget is the technology used to transfer motion data from one character to another. It consists two parts. The first part is the source data, and the second part is the target rig. We have a short demonstration of how we did our character animated using the Houdini program. It doesn't matter what software you use, every 3D software has retarget options. Okay.
So the first thing we did was import one of these stone golems, which already contains some of the rig that was created using Mixamo. You can actually do it by yourself, of course, on whatever object. If you have some sophisticated object or some kind, an organic character or some kind of humanoid. Yeah, and if you just need a simple animation of the body, for example, some walking like this.
Oops.
Okay, it's freeze. Amazing.
Okay, freeze presentation.
Okay, it will be enough.
Okay.
Anyway. Okay, it will work or something.
Okay.
Amazing.
Targeting tool.
Meantime.
Oh.
Amazing.
Okay.
Okay. Now, where do I? Yeah, of course. In the next node, we have imported data from Xsense or another motion capture suite. Then we'll check how the animation looks. And yeah. Then next step is we'll set the animation to T-pose, which is actually the basic pose for retargeting. And then we assign the joints from the motion capture to our character. And the green skeleton is motion capture data, and the blue skeleton, as you can see, is our character skeleton. Everything came together and we got retargeting process. We did a little check to see if everything was working. And as we can see, the data has been transferred to our character. So the next process that's done in this worker scanning. This process actually works so so that when your character picks up some part of themselves, or either a leg or arm, or turns on their head, it can create something like a skin deformation. That is when our character lifts his arms, his arm, it can cause a deformation that is not natural, and that's what method this method is used for. That remark where the animation or the rotation of the bones of our rig should end. Once that process is done, then where the bones are supposed to bend, where the animation boundary is, that's where the next part comes in, and that's cleaning up the animation.
Okay. Cleaning. Meme.
Meantime.
Okay, and now cleaning. The mockup data, cleaning mockup data can be thought of as removing unweighted noise and various motion artifacts that arise during the production process. Cleaning can be done either manually or by using various automatic tools and plugins depending on the software. We will demonstration how to clean manually. Okay. Manually or by and also explain how to read from the animated graph to this question, what is noise and what is real motion. So as we can see in our demonstration, we have divided the giving part of our animation graph into X, Y, Z sequential, or on which we can see the recording motion. It's a good idea. It's a good idea to turn on the character preview, as we so we know if it the data or if it's international motion. We can recognize this noise or various artifact by seeing irregular walls on the graph that look like they have too much bones. We give this flow or errors while we remove them or move points of the curve. By doing this, we get rid of the errors and clean up the animation. This process is quickly actually, so we recommended that you put on some series of music while you do it. Another way to clean motion capture data is through automatic tool. As I mentioned before, these tools are different from software, so we just show some basic tools that we use in Houdini. One such interesting tools that is also use relevant foot, which allows me to correct error on the foot and manipulate it easily to different sides. Another tool that I use is smooth motion. Which help to smooth the data and reduce noise in the animated, but I use it which counts due to the fact that it can smooth the data that is needed. It depends on the situation and the animated. Houdini has other powerful tools that can help, but these are the ones that I use it most often and I have experience. My mouse is I've lost mouse. What is better? In this workshop, we will cover different possibilities of how you can sense the movement, and we also tried two options, namely the immaterial suits, which was Xsense, and as second option, we used AI, which thanks to the recording can replace it and animated a skeleton that we can use.
Okay. As we can see from this demonstration, both devices made almost identical recordings, but if we look a little bit closer, we can see where the artificial intelligence is still lagging behind, which can be, of course, improved over time as the artificial intelligence is processing. From the Xsense perspective, this device is very accurate and the results are excellent, of course. Unfortunately, it also has its drawbacks, and these are affordability and having to cooperate with another human to calibrate and put through it on the actor. Overall, both companies offer quality sensors for motion tracking and animation, but they differ in the areas in which they are almost most used. If you are looking for sensors with high accuracy and durability for industrial applications or something, Xsense may be a better choice for you. But if you are looking for affordable sensors for games, virtual reality, Rococo and Rococo AI may be a better choice for you.
Well,
okay. And I guess this is end of the presentation and Q&A. Please ask anything.
Okay, thank you. So please, Michal Kozák, question.
Thank you. A great presentation, first of all. And I would like to ask about those deepfakes. What are the current applications or use cases of deepfakes in the film industry?
In the film industry, I don't know, but I personally use Deepface Live and Deepface Lab. Difference between these two are in Deepface Live, you can actually attach pre-trained AI on the actor or on yourself. There is Keanu Reeves, Joker, Angelina Jolie, or whatever. But in Deepface Lab, what is a software that are using for most of the deepfake you can see online. For example, I don't know, on YouTube you can see Tom Cruise, Unreal Keanu, but you have to train your AI, and that's really take a lot of time, even when you have really great computer. You really need the power.
Okay, Mr. Novotny, Wojciech.
I would like to ask, since the technology is evolving so fast and becomes more accessible and more, so where do you guys see the technology in, let's say, 5 years or 10 years? What's in the future for us?
Well, my personal opinion, I hope all the best for the artificial intelligence. So replace the motion capture or the deepfake. We should educate our society about this program, because you can't trust anything in these days. So yeah, we should be careful.
Thank you very much.
We will continue in our next program after presentation of our students of visual effects. Will continue with all professionals or mainly professionals, foreigner professionals, and the first one from three next will be Marcel Pellegrini, who is from Czech Republic. And I will try to read something about his bio. He is a PhD candidate at Thomas Bata University in Zlín, specialization in computer graphics and automation, with a passion for streamlining the CGI creation process. Marcel currently serves as a technical director at the BBP Studio, where he is dedicated to automating every possible technical task in the field. Boasting nearly 20 years of experience in industry, Marcel has cultivated a diverse skill set, positioning himself as an accomplished CGI generalist. His extensive background spans various aspects of computer graphics and animation, enabling him to tackle a wide array of challenges with ingenuity and expertise. As he continues to advance both academically and professionally, Marcel remains committed to pushing the boundaries of CGI technology and further enhancing efficiency of the creative process. So it is something about him, and maybe he will continue with explaining his experiences in a BBP studio, and later he will present his presentation. So please.
So hello everyone, I'm Marcel, and along with my colleagues, we are excited to be here at this conference to share our experiences and challenges with AV creation. Our studio, Berber Production, is heavily focused on AV research, and we are committed to delivering top quality without relying on large teams. If you would like to learn more about our work, please feel free to check our website, www.bbp.studio, and this website is here. Yeah, and before I forget, I should mention that one of my colleagues is quite celebrity in Blender world, Jaroslav here, has an impressive reputation and knowledge points on Blender Stack Exchange.
So Jaroslav is here?
Yes, Jaroslav is here.
Yes.
So if you have any tough questions or need expert advice, he's for you there. So here we go. Today we dive into a complex world of AV creation. My talk is about speeding up AV creation process while keeping up the quality. It might sound like a piece of cake, but don't let that fool you. It needs careful planning and teamwork. Yeah, right now our market is like a mixed up puzzle with pieces that don't quite fit. We've got pipeline managers, project managers, procedural software, and individual server solutions, but they are not working together as smoothly as we would like. This makes me think of a quote from the film Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, Apes Together Strong. It's time to bring our scattered pieces together for a better unified approach. So imagine a perfect mix of existing software solutions helping artists work more efficiently than ever before. But to reach that level of effectivity we are aiming for, we need to do more. we must introduce a new way of thinking about creation and develop software that connects everything as seamlessly as possible. This software would smartly connect each art node with teamwork support for artists while still being easy to use. Think of it as an ideal combination of versatile tool and user-friendly app. In the introduction, I used a couple of terms that might not be immediately familiar to those in CGI industry. The first one is nonlinear, and the second is art node. Allow me to clarify these terms. A nonlinear approach in CGI industry refers to a flexible, adaptable way of working that allows for changes and adjustment at various stages of creation, rather than following a rigid step-by-step linear process. Basically, a nonlinear approach enables quick and easy revisiting, recreation when necessary. This supports creativity, collaboration, and efficiency among artists and other team members. In summary, nonlinear approach combines procedural methods with automations. So art node. Art node, on the other hand, represents a space-time or an element within a creative process where artists directly contribute their skills and expertise. Art node can include anything from conceptual design and modeling to texturing and lighting. By connecting these art nodes more effectively, we aim to streamline the workflow and encourage better teamwork in CGI industry. So for the past 3 years, I've been on a quest for efficiency, which has led me to explore the world of nonlinear systems. Imagine trying to find the holy grail of CGI creation industry. I call it the film engine. You probably heard of game engines like Unreal or Unity, right? Well, my idea is similar, but with a twist. Think of the film engine as a magical tool that responds to changes instantly, just like game engines do. And let's not forget the chaotic input is what's needed, because after all, film director is like the god of chaos. So for gay fans, maybe Slanesh or so. And within the art nodes, the artist channel the chaos and transform it into the order. But while the film and game engines share some similarities, they differ when it comes to their output. In the film CGI industry, the focus is on creating an emotional connection between the audience and the content. This is guided by the director, or more precisely the producers. On the other hand, in games, it's more about players' control over their emotional experience. But feel free to chime me if you think I'm wrong. Thank you.
You are right.
Thank you. So, yeah. So about that twist I mentioned earlier, the nonlinear systems or film engines use procedurality as a kind of superglue, which connects those creative stages I called art nodes and all those handy automations above all, like rule them all, you know. Our server's name is Sauron, guess why? This approach let us make changes anytime during AV creation, which dramatically cuts down the production time. And I know you are itching for some proof, right? So we have some proofs here. Well, First off, we've got a measurement method for efficiency itself, but that's a rabbit hole, and we might not want to venture down right now. So let me give you a quick example instead. Picture me, like me, as a super cool physicist, but I'm not. But imagine this, coming up with this fancy formula for efficiency on the screen. Here, SK represents the artist's skill. IT is the number for iterations through the project, and TC stands for the time spent on the project. But what's an iteration? Yeah. So Libor Nemeškal, the head of the editing department at University Tomáš Baťa Audiovisual Studies, shared a fascinating tale about hard times the old masters editors had before arrival of transparent tape. You know that common sticky thing lying around on your desks that we can't live without. Back in the day, before specialized tape made the film editing easy peasy, filmmakers had to roll up their sleeves and manually snip film material with scissors. Then they joined the two sections with a stample. Talk about tedious. After the editing session, a trusty editing assistant would connect the stamped film material to the other side of the physical cut and kick off the bonding process. This meant sacrificing a frame to the editing gods, applying some adhesive and twiddling their thumbs for another day until the bond set. Before transparent tape, this slow motion marathon was only way for the director and editing master to check out a single iteration of the final cut. But with the magic of transparent tape, they could just snip, tape, and watch the result in a flash. This story shows us a little innovation can crank up efficiency and transform a process that used to take hours into that takes just minutes. And in today's digital age, even milliseconds. It's quite progress, right? So next slide is, yeah. So in my research, an iteration is like a review cycle with some fine tuning. And guess what? The more iterations you have in the whole AV project, the more effective it gets. As long as we keep it within a reasonable time, of course. In other words, more iteration equal better quality. Plus, the more iteration within the same time, the more effective the project is. The SK part, meaning the artist skill, stays a mystery for further discussion. Of course, skill can be a number, right? Actually, maybe. Anyways, we've peeled back the first layer of how to prove that nonlinear system work. The second layer tackles the question, what's an iteration in the world of objective scientific thinking? How can we measure the subjectivity of human behavior? And after all, it can't be all about subjective whims. The thing is, in audiovisuals, only us humans know where we are iterating. Our computers can't tell if we are taking a coffee break or making an adjustments. We thought hard and came up with a way to measure iterations. The solution was staring us right in the face. Let's just compare the changes between the stages of image development. Piece of cake, right? Basically, at first, I thought we could just find the differences between two images and calculate the average. Child's game, I believed. And then, what the hell? Little did I know, image comparison is actually one of the biggest challenges in the graphic IT world. So again, what the hell? Yeah. Still, we gave it a try and tested a bunch of existing methods to turn image differences into a neat percentage. I'm talking about Hellinger histogram, peak signal to noise ratio, structural similarity index, histogram differences, and even DBI. But alas, we were left empty-handed. I asked myself, how can this be? For the love of science, we must find out. And so I created a form for image comparison and unleash it upon the masses. I was harvesting data like a spice harvester in June, but then, just like in the movie, I came across some pesky sandworms, or in my case, logical bugs in the form. Things like a missing tutorial, ambiguous tasks, and even the order of question needed some fine-tuning. And still, the data only revealed the sad truth that humans and computers approach the image recognition differently. Our artsy human eyes can be replicated by computers. Finally, I declared to my colleagues, I need my own solution to reading the data, and their response, as you expect, well, even Yaroslav couldn't contain himself. He laughed so hard he cried. So yeah, that was hard part of that, that research. But still, I figured I give it a shot. I mean, I know a thing or two about art and practice of image composition and eye-catching, for example, eye-catching elements, data distribution, contrast, and shapes. So I sorted image properties into 4 groups according to their importance and used a conventional Python math library for the calculations. The groups were composition, because human eye is more sensitive to smaller changes within a part of the image rather than the minor changes across entire image. Next one is the shape, because human eye is most sensitive to silhouette changes at every stage and scale of the image. Then contrast, luminance component of the image takes precedence over the silhouette because the human eye has more rod cells than cone cells. And last one was color. I averaged the numbers from each image comparison and used them along with the form responses as inputs in a linear regression function. And just like that, voila, I had my results. We have found a way to measure and calculate the number of iterations, but of course I know it's not fully fledged method yet. I need much bigger data set to compare and so on. Still, I think I'm able to solve the image comparison problem, but only for my particular needs. So if the iterations are measurable, yeah, the efficiency formula will work, and that's the first proof of theoretical part of the nonlinear pipeline system. Next up, we have some case studies. Even without a fully developed specialized software or film engine, my team and I created 3 projects using the nonlinear pipeline philosophy. In other words, we iterated through the project procedurally. First one is series for Czech television. but due to NDA, I can name it, but it was 12 episode series. We used nonlinearity in its rawest form, and after some initial artistic obstacles, the fourth and all the subsequent episodes were made by a single intern who had just 3 months of training. And you can see the mandates was changed during these subsequent episodes. Next one. And oh, sorry. Yes. Next one was asset project, but finally I can talk. Finally something I can talk about. We applied same principles at various stages of the creation. Process. Interestingly, this project is quite similar to Dark Secrets, which we made 5 years ago, and you can compare these two projects together. One is with the nonlinear philosophy, and one is without. The last one is the mall elephant advertisement. Here we focused on prototyping stage. This significantly reduced the time it took to create the first episode, the prototype. So these impressive results would have been impossible without the nonlinear pipelines. Pipelines we are using. So we are now at the point where we need to build our own software solution based on nonlinear philosophy. So thank you very much for your attention, and feel free for anything.
We prepared questions for you.
Yeah, I'd like to ask you, how do you talk to artists to implement this method, their pipeline or their style of working, or how do you tell them to use other software, maybe yours that you are developing?
I think for the artist there is no change in their workflow, because as I said, the art nodes are some kind of space-time, and their habits for creation doesn't change. They only use different, I don't know, logo in the software, but for animation, for example, they've used graphs and I mean these curvy graphs when they animation and change the keyframes and anything they want. So I think it's no problem for them, and this approach is problem for technicians because they will be automated.
Thank you. Okay, Thomas Ikora. You are surprised?
Yes, I'm a little bit surprised. Sorry, I didn't catch what the nonlinear pipeline about. Integration and actual workflow.
Oh, okay. So nonlinear pipeline or nonlinearity system is based on make things procedurally, but with the automations. So there is a server Sauron, you know, and this server automates every task, like connects the fields of creation, like sending data and receive data, and make from the JPEGs, I don't know, XR, anything what you could imagine, or retargeting, anything what can be automated is automated by the server. And the procedurality is to split any part in like basic elements and keep it in the pipeline, in the flow separately, so you can, in any time you want, change anything. And you have real-time preview for that. It's like, as I said, game engine. In Unreal, you can see any change instantly. So theoretically, in the nonlinear pipeline system, you can see any change instantly, but in the creation of the film. That's it. Yes. Yes.
How exactly does the server know, like, to do certain things, like you mentioned retargeting? I know from experience that the retargeting can go horribly wrong if done not properly, and so the server is like, that's not inhuman, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. How probable is it that it will do the job right, like retargeting, for example?
Well, it's not about to cut off humans at all. It's like keep the theme as small as possible. So, of course, we have here a generalist who sent to server the signal, hey, retarget that this way. Oh. But it's much more easier than making it from the scratch, every bone, every click on every joint. It has its own like part of automations, which gives you a first result, and then you can check it and make adjustments or what you want. So it's not like artificial intelligence at all. It's not. It's like another computer, but with many more functions.
Okay, that's what I want to do. Thank you.
I want to explain that we have Yaroslav, celebrity here. So the question for him, how can you see this theory that was presented for really professional use in your series, for example, and if it is really useful or important in real professional practice?
I think it's very important and will be more in the future, because computers get more powerful every year. The hardware is more powerful, so the server can do harder things. And with the bring of AI, also more complicated things. So the artist will spend more time doing the art and less time overcoming the technical hurdles, technical obstacles. So and it will in the creation process of the film, there are a lot of steps where changes are needed, and sometimes with a change you need to go back and redo work you did previously. And with a procedural system, you don't have to go back and redo the work because the work is automatic. So you can make a change, and then the computer will do the work for you. So you don't have to rerun the work. And studios that implement this philosophy or this approach will have lower production costs for their films. They will those will be those studios that will survive in the future.
Fantastic answer. And one more question, that it means that your studio can see this also in money, in budget that you can get, or even from customers, that people check TV orders from you. So if they recognize this as part of result, and then you can get different film or production.
You can give them the film faster, and you can also iterate faster. So implement the changes that the client wants. You can show them sooner also, because with the film engine, your input is shown to you almost immediately, or like in a game engine. So what you feed is what you see.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Dobrý deň. My name is Frederick, and I will talk to you about my experience with Western education in digital arts. And then later after that, I would also talk about how and why I made it into the themed entertainment world. So I will talk about the 3 schools, which have 3 different mindsets, and the schools I studied at. To start off, who am I? I've always been passionate about the themed entertainment industry, and I always wondered how movies and video games are created. And besides movies and video games, my mom always took me and my sister to go to theme parks regularly, and the more we visit the theme parks, the more I fell in love with them. It's like when you are inside a theme park, you feel like being inside a video game or a movie, and you're able to touch and smell and see the actual built environments around you. And on top of that, you have the adrenaline rush going through you when riding attractions. That's something you don't get in movies or video games. During my early teenage years, I was not sure what I'd like to do later in life, but I know it would need to be in the themed entertainment industry. And that's when I found out about West Digital Arts and Entertainment. I talked to students at the school and asked what is needed to be of me to start studying any of the 3 bachelor degrees here. And I got told multiple times that I need a good basis of science and arts because of the high level of assignments at school that need both. I was already studying science but I never had done art before. And that's when in my 5th year of secondary school, I went on to study visual arts at St. Lucas in Ghent, Belgium. And I started there because I already had a good knowledge of science from beforehand. And at St. Lucas, I was able to learn different art styles and got the ability to drastically improve my skills and also research my own artistic style so that I would be able to start at West Digital Arts and Entertainment. So the DAE is what it's called and what most people call it, but it stands for Digital Arts and Entertainment. I needed to make a big decision because the school offered 3 different degrees, 3D production and VFX, game graphic productions, and independent game production. Since I was more intrigued by making movies, I decided to pursue the bachelor degree in 3D production and VFX. And they also did not offer a themed entertainment design or theme park design degree. So that's why here you see a picture of the campus, and then on the left is the city where the campus is located. At this school, I would learn every step from pre-production to 3D modeling to compositing to special effects. But on top of that, I would also have classes from mathematics, physics, and lastly, technology on both film and art history. By now, the school has expanded and offers 6 different degrees, and they are more specialized and not as general as when I went to school. The first year was mostly focused on low poly modeling and pre-production, with also some programming classes. By the time that I started school, it was already known that the Q week would be a big deal. The Q week is basically a week of exams in November, and it's supposed to show that the school is really serious and that the coming 3 years of the bachelor degree will be very difficult. And for example, we started with around 500 students, and after the Q week in November, there were 200 students that left, just because of the difficulty and the amount of work we had. In the second year, we had to choose to specialize ourselves, and because of that, our class groups got split up. I chose Verlook development because I was more passionate about pre-production and 3D modeling. And from that year, the focus shifted to high poly modeling and also had a mixture of realistic and stylized creations. so that we could get a feel for which style you prefer. And the school also allowed to look which style is better for you, because some students prefer stylized over realistic and vice versa. In the second year, we were only left with 100 students of the original 500, which shows how much work and how difficult it was. During my years at the school, the teachers were mostly either professionals who had teaching as a side job, or ex-students who just wanted to teach digital arts. But there wasn't any teacher with an education in teaching. And this brought positives and negatives. Let's start with the positive sides. It allows for a more relaxed and friendly atmosphere with the teachers, so you can just talk with them about daily stuff and even work together on projects, just like they would be your friends in class. Of course, in the end, the teacher is grading your projects, but this approach allowed the students to form connections and ultimately become better artists if the urge to work was there. But it also had a big downside. And for me, the biggest downside is that they didn't really have experience with helping students that were not doing well mentally or just could not handle the amount of work. And sometimes the classes could come over as unprofessional. The biggest issue I experienced, though, is that even as students, we were told that we are competing against our fellow students, and that even in our careers, our fellow ex-students who we studied with would become our competition. And this caused a very toxic environment where some of the students would refuse to help others in need, and they would start to exclude lesser skilled students from the group projects. Of course, I understand why this environment was created, because even after school, when you are working professionally, the digital arts environment is even more toxic than the school showed. But I think that students are supposed to have fun while learning and not trying to beat their friends in every aspect of education. But at this school, we had theoretical classes on different programs that exist, and then we had assignments using that theory to make a project. So it was very individualistic approach. Of course, the stress before attending HOS Digital Arts and Entertainment was immense because of the pressure that the school radiates. It is shown and known as being one of the best, if not the best, design school in the world. And just like you can see on my slide, it won the best game design and development school in 2017, 18, and 2021. And then when you look at the school's website and compare it to the average project result, it is clear, however, that the school is also welcoming to lesser skilled students, but that they don't really show them off. But it is good that they are welcoming and that the lesser skilled students also have room to grow and become better artists. The only downside, of course, before studying at the school is that you already need a really good basis of art and science because of the amount of mathematics and physics that the school requires you to have. So, and of course, after the third year, we graduated with about 30 of the original students. So more than 400 students either stopped or redid their years. But it was a big loss of students. Then next, because during my studies at HU West, the school knew that I'm an international person because of living in Belgium and also being part Slovak. They knew I was interested in studying abroad. So I got approached to study a semester on Erasmus. Here I had a choice between multiple countries, but ultimately I decided to go to the animation capital of Europe, Annecy in France. I felt like the change of scenery, it being located in the Alps, but not being far away from Belgium, could be the perfect opportunity to feel like I was in a completely different setting, but still not be so far from Belgium. For me, it also seemed fun to study in French, since HU West was in English. and I already knew how to speak French, so that was a plus. Here you can see the campus on the top right, and then an image of location in the city in Annecy. From the first day, the atmosphere that the school had was really different than West. The building itself didn't feel like a school, but instead more like an office building, like you could see. Because the school wasn't as big as West, there were less students, and that meant a more personal approach to studying. Teachers would give you more time to speak to them during class and allow more time for feedback. At this school, we also focused more on stylized creations as opposed to the mix of stylized and realistic from West. But Aries, or Brassard is now called, was by principal an animation school, so that's why there was so much stylized. However, the school also allowed us to explore our own styles within this stylized realm. The classes I had at the school were pretty similar to West, but they did not offer programming or the math or the physics. There was still art history though. The biggest difference with these classes were the teachers. Here the teachers were a mix of people who had an education on teaching, as well as some professionals that just wanted to educate digital artists. So the focus was to create a tightly knit class group that would act as if the class were a team of artists at a studio. And this allowed for a very friendly atmosphere where all the students would help each other, and that even if there was someone struggling, the other students would allow them to thrive, actually. In my opinion, this made the students be good at what they do, but unlike West, where you had some students be exceptional and others not be able to follow or just be neglected completely. So this is something I really liked at this school, since everyone that started the year also finished. And even though this meant that there was not such a big variety of skill levels, everyone had a chance to graduate and get a bachelor degree. The exam periods at École Ariès were also less stressful than at West, because we were able to work on the assignments at school. And in West, we were forced to work from home and not have contact with any of our fellow students, since it was so competitive. And because we were able to work on our exams at school, it also meant that we could ask other students for help, and even teachers were there to help us, just like it would be in a professional studio. Because, of course, this group being so tight and everyone was being friends with each other, they also allowed me to explore my interests in themed entertainment design. I keep talking about the themed entertainment and not theme parks, because later you will see I also worked on other stuff than theme parks, such as museums, hotels, that kind of stuff. That's why I keep saying themed entertainment. And because the school let me work on this themed entertainment type of stuff, I also found out that theme parks actually have design companies and they create environments. And of course, when I found out, I immediately wanted to be a part of this world. And that's why during my stay at École Ariès, now Brassard, I was also motivated to apply for an internship at a themed entertainment design company. And that's when I started working at KCC Entertainment Design, which I will talk about a bit later. École Ariès, or Brassard, of course, doesn't have any awards like West Digital Arts and Entertainment does, but it is fairly known in the animation industry, and even more so because it is, of course, located in Annecy, and the Animation Film Festival takes place there. The school also doesn't showcase their students' work as extensively, but that, of course, doesn't mean that the quality is bad. The school was also a lot more accepting for other students, like I said previously, and everyone had the chance to obtain a bachelor degree and also just get better in digital arts. And that's something I really appreciated in comparison to Ho West. So then my next school is École Nad UQAC, is University of Quebec. I first actually came in contact with École Nad UQAC when the university was presented in Annecy when I was doing my Erasmus. It was presented at an international day, and I learned that École Nad also offers a master's degree in digital design. I had been interested in continuing my studies since I still wanted to immerse myself in team entertainment research and, of course, become more knowledgeable about designing memorable experiences. Because up until this point, I recently found out that themed entertainment design companies exist. And when I started working on them projects, I only made stuff because it looked cool. But then the more I progressed in design and the more I designed, I just didn't want to only make stuff because it looks cool. I actually wanted to make experiences that matter and that mean something. So that's why I wanted to continue my studies in a master's and be able to learn what makes projects be more meaningful and have a more of an immersive impact on the guests or the players. And then to my surprise, during my internship at KCC, which I will talk about later, Ho West actually approached me again. So first they approached me to go study on Erasmus, and now they approached me again because they said that they had a new partnership with the school École Nad. I already heard about the school in France, and to my surprise, now the Belgian school also had a partnership with them. And they actually asked me if I would be interested to be sent to Canada and represent Ho West Digital Arts and Entertainment. Since, of course, I was one of the only 20 students who finished the bachelor degree. So it meant a lot. And of course, I said yes immediately because I would be able to do a master's on themed entertainment, which I had never been able to do before. When I arrived in Canada at university, it was clear that a master's degree is seen differently in Canada than in most European countries. I was the youngest in my class by far, and most of the other students were actually older professionals who had been working for years, and they just wanted to research more about a project they were working on. The atmosphere of this school was also very varied because of this. On one hand, you had the young students in the bachelor degree, and then on the other hand, you had the older official feeling that the master degree had. Here you see on the right a picture of the campus. So that's École Nad, which is located in the center of Montreal, which you see on the other picture. The classes I had were also mostly purely theoretical, and they were more focused on making up ideas instead of just designing. But we were actually able to create our own projects for our research. So that's something I really liked. The professors were also people who had an education and who are either doctoral students or already graduated with a doctorate degree. But even then, the connection between students and professors was very friendly, and we were actually seen as equals. Sometimes it was even shocking to me how other students were talking to professors. This was probably the biggest cultural difference for me since studying in Belgium and in Canada, in France. And then when I came to Canada, there was no hierarchy between teacher and student. And it was very weird because sometimes I even had the impression that professors were not respected enough. And this created a big divide in the class group, since the class group existed out of international students like me and Canadian students. And we did not really match that well on this topic of teacher respect. Our actual assignments ranged from reading academic texts to choosing topics to research and also analyzing other art as well as conducting our own research. Because of this divide that I talked about, we had smaller groups of friends who helped each other in their research, and we also did our best to pull everyone through the degree together. The focus of this university was to create students who excel in their field and really give them an upper hand on students who do not have a master's degree. I also think it's a success. Because of this, the biggest strength, on top of this, the biggest strength of École Nat UQAC is their actual location in Montreal. And of course, the partnership they have with all the companies in Montreal. So like DNEG, Digital Domain, Warner Bros, Rodeo FX, all the big VFX companies are located in Montreal. And they also have partnerships with the school. So people from the companies would come to school and talk. And it would also be great for the master students because they would be able to conduct interviews or visit the companies and do their research like that. Also, on top of that, the school had the biggest variety in projects between different students. So it was really accepting of whatever the student wanted to make, as long as it be considered digital art. Like you can see in the examples that I was showing in the previous slides, we had one student who created a fantasy world. Then you had another student who created a VR game where you could become a wolf. My project was a roller coaster that I designed based on the movie 300. So it was really varied. Here you also see two more images of another student. He made a interactive advertisement billboard, so you could walk past the billboard and the billboard would interact with you, and depending on what kind of things you would do or what you would say to the billboard, then the billboard would react differently. Because of my specialty and my knowledge, before I start about that, let me say that we started with about 19 students and we actually finished with 4. The other students either dropped out or they decided to go part-time or restart their year because of the amount of research we had to do, which is something that is also a cultural shock for me, because in most art masters in Europe, I don't know how it is in Slovakia, but we just create an artistic project and write a few pages about what we made. But in Canada, we had to have an artistic project plus about 100 pages of research. So it was very, very tough. So because of my specialty and the knowledge I received in themed entertainment design because of the master degree, I was actually asked to teach some classes and in the bachelor degree. And not only did I do this at École Nat UQAC, but I also did this at Concordia University in Montreal, which is another big one of the universities there. And this was really cool. Now, with all this education and experience that I got from education, I'm going to talk about the link between the VFX world, game development world, and the themed entertainment world. One of the main reasons why I went to VFX and game design schools is because I did not know that there is such a thing as themed entertainment design. It's also not really widely known that there are companies who just create designs for theme parks. And on top of that, there are barely any schools where you can get a degree in themed entertainment design. There are a few in the US. There is one in the Netherlands, but other than that, I don't really know any school where you can study themed entertainment. So when I found out that it's a possibility to do a master's on themed entertainment design, I had to really pursue every option I could to become a designer. So how did I actually reach that point? I already said that while studying at École Ariès, I got motivated by my fellow students and teachers to follow my passion for theme parks. And that's why I started making themed entertainment-based projects like you could see in this slide. And it also allowed me to look for some reference on already existing designs and also how those artists went through their thought and design process. Early on, I realized that it was very similar to movie and video game pre-production, and this really intrigued me. It made me think about why there aren't any themed entertainment degrees offered at, for example, HOWEST and École Ariès, since they are almost identical in pre-production. And because of these thoughts, I wanted to try out what it's like to work in a company. And thus I started as an intern at KCC Entertainment Design in Belgium. There I learned, and my thoughts were confirmed, that it is indeed almost identical to movie and video game pre-production. The only difference is that in themed entertainment, you work with architects who will actually build what you design, which I find to be more rewarding than movies and video games, because you can actually touch what you drew on paper. And because of my experience at this company, I wanted to really pursue in my master's degree about why this world of VFX, video games, and themed entertainment is so linked together, and how it's possible. So when HOWEST approached me to study in Canada, I had to do it. It was not even there was not even a choice of saying no. So because I was so intrigued with the links between the three industries, I decided to do a research that mixes all three. And I found the perfect professor at the school in Montreal to help me with that. So on top of doing my master research on environmental storytelling in movie-based theme park dark rides, I also started working as a journalist, and I wrote reviews on movies, video games, and theme parks as well, just so I could have a more critical look when researching them. And this is also when I found that the theories are actually similar and that all three industries are linked by the same principles of design. This is also confirmed by Henry Jenkins, who, along with Don Carson, who wrote the concept of environmental storytelling. Don Carson was someone who worked for Disney and also worked on movies and video games. Well, when I found out about all of this, my research was also getting recognition, and I got asked to be an associate art director on STEP 2020. STEP stands for Student Themed Entertainment Project. This was actually the first time since my internship that I was able to apply my skills in themed entertainment design. And as you can see, here are some of the designs that I made. So I made the poster, I made a concept art of one of the roller coasters. I painted the park map along with 2 other designers, and then I also designed the overall look of the park. So the idea was there that it would be an alien type of futuristic city, and I had the idea that future will be more green and we'll be having more plants. So that's where the whole idea came from. And of course, because I worked on that project, it opened so many doors for me. And when graduating, I started freelancing for themed entertainment design companies. Here you can see some work I did. So from the left is a gate I made for a themed entertainment design company. Then on the right of that is a vehicle I designed. There on the right is a poster I drew for a company in Los Angeles, and it actually won the award for best poster design at 2 different film festivals. And on the right are just some 3 images from a storyboard that I worked on. Thank you for listening, and please feel free to ask me some questions.
Fantastic.
So we have several questions for you. First one, we will put Miroslav Liniak, he is a student of visual effects of first class.
I would like to ask which one of these three schools was your favorite and why?
That's actually a really good question and difficult to answer because I can say that one is the best, but I would be lying since all three schools have such a different power. For example, HOS Digital Arts and Entertainment really pushes you to become a very good artist. But then if you are a little bit less skilled, or for example, if you are not willing to work 60, 70 hours per week, then it's not a good school for you and they really will not respect you for that. On the other hand, École Ariès in France allows everyone to graduate, and this allows you to have a degree. And of course, if you are lesser skilled or are not willing to work that many hours as HOS is, which is crazy hours, to be honest, you are able to have a degree, and that's really good. But then if you are a more skilled student, you do not really get challenged like in HOS. And then in École Nat, they really push you to be specialized in what you do, which is something which the other schools had a bit less of because they forced you to become generalist. So I guess for me personally, the most humane school was in France, École Ariès. That's what my answer will be.
Thank you. Next question will put our student of second class of visual effects, Juras Bean.
I would like to ask, how do these universities balance teaching technical skills and creativity? For instance, whether they focus more on creativity freedom or like they give students certain tasks they need to complete?
That's also a really good question. So all three schools were very similar in that aspect, where you would have a certain amount of hours per week of theory. So they would show how the programs work, what all the different powers and negatives of the different programs were. So for example, Maya, they would show Maya is better in this and that, and then Max, 3ds Max is better in this and that, ZBrush is better in this. But then the assignments would be very focused, so that you would need to use Maya for this assignment, you would need to use Max for this assignment, but then within the assignment you had the freedom to choose what kind of result you would have. So for example, one of the assignments was to create a 3D character for an animation movie, but then you could choose which character you design and how it looks like, but it would need to be done in ZBrush and you would not be able to do it in another program.
Yes, next question will have Jakob Rigger.
I'd like to ask you, what do you think of digital effects replacing practical ones in dark rights?
Thank you for a question. The most difficult topic right now in theme parks is, should we go with AR or VR instead of practical effects? And of course, it's way cheaper to put some screens and have the effects go on the screens. But for me personally, it takes away a bit of the real feel that you get. For example, in Universal Studios in Orlando, there is a part in Revenge of the Mummy where there's real fire coming out in front of you and on the roof, and you feel the heat and you see it being real. So you get this adrenaline and experience which you would not get with a screen. But then on the other hand, with screens and having the effects being on the screens, you can have more magical stuff happening than practical effects. So for me, the best would be to mix those two together. And that's also, for my experience, what works the best in design process.
Are there any notable differences between the students who graduate from these schools, like in the job opportunities? I mean,
so you mean in opportunities like where they go work, or?
Yes, if they have like any notable job differences.
Yes, so for example, from HOS Digital Arts and Entertainment, because the school is so demanding and so many students fail, the students who graduate actually have like a 99% chance of having a job. Most of them move to Montreal to work in the VFX companies, or for example in London to work at Industrial Light and Magic or companies like that. So from my fellow students at DIA, almost all of them have a really high paying job, and like they become art directors, they become team leads. And then from the school in France, it's a bit of a mix. Not all of them go to work in VFX or game design companies. Some of them go do something completely else. But then the others, they mostly start working for 3D animation companies. And then lastly, from the school in Canada, almost all of them get jobs instantly in one of the companies in Montreal. So there are countless of companies in Montreal from VFX and game design. And yeah, all of them, they start working there because of the connections.
I have a question. So what made you study and try all those schools? And why didn't you just go, work right away?
So the biggest reason why I wanted to study more is, like I said, when I was starting to create attractions at my internship or for personal projects, I always noticed how they are only just looking cool or they just look good. But then when I was thinking about why would I go on this attraction, or why would I like seeing this movie or play this video game, I don't want to just do it because it looks cool. I want to do it because it means something, that it has more of a backstory. For example, that's why I started doing my research on environmental storytelling, which is basically how we can tell stories through environments without dialogues. So this is something which made me a better artist and also a better designer, and it allowed me to create these attractions where people would go on them and then come out either emotional or thinking that they learned something or that they experienced something which they never experienced before. And that's something which I did not know before continuing to study a master's degree.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Pardon?
I have questions.
One more question. I wanted to finish.
I'm sorry. Okay. I feel like researching like Montreal a lot lately because I'm very interested, because I know there's a lot of companies there, and yeah, like Concordia. I didn't know about Ecole though, so that's very interesting. And my question is, for how long did you stay in Quebec? Like, did you stay only for the school duration or like after?
Yeah, so I stayed there for 3 years. The master degree was 2 years, and then I stayed for 1 more year just to live in the city a bit and experience what it's like living in Canada and in Montreal, because when I was studying there, COVID happened. So the first year was a bit difficult, and I didn't really get to experience Montreal because everything was closed. So that's why I decided to stay 1 more year. So 3 years in total I was there.
That was very nice. And it was like, for the duration being in the school, did you like do till this day know the society there when it comes to the industry of film, VFX, and the game industry? Like, do you know people?
Yeah, so because the school had such close partnerships with all of these companies, we were able to talk to a lot of people who work at the companies, and also because my fellow students either were working, for example, someone in my class was working at Warner Bros. Someone was working at Triotech, which is a theme park design company. All of them went on to work at these companies. So now I have like 100 plus connections who work in Montreal for VFX and game design companies.
Okay, okay. That were my questions, but also, sorry, I got quite a few. Like, so you studied in Belgium, France, and Quebec, and I know like these are like very French-speaking countries. And my question is, quand tu as appris la langue de français, après école ou après, avant ou après?
Wait.
When did you learn French? I'm asking. Sorry.
Oh, yes. Sorry. It's just the microphone is not super clear, so I.
Oh, okay. I understand.
You want me to speak in French?
No, you don't have to. I just wanted to. It's
Okay,
right.
so well, Belgium is actually about 75% Dutch and 25% French. So Belgium is a mostly Dutch and English-speaking country. But because I had family in France, I already knew a bit of French. And then in secondary school, we had French classes each week. So I think about 5 hours per week of French. And that's when I learned French, but still I was not that good in French before I moved to Annecy. And really, I just learned French by speaking it. And then in Canada was, of course, a culture shock because they speak a French that you do not understand, even if you speak French. So I was able to do my master in English, even though the school was French speaking.
Thank you for your time and your answers. As we spoke, so you will be in touch with others here in the future because we plan common some seminars or workshops in future. If it will work, you will be probably in America, as I understand, or somewhere abroad, and I'm very happy that you take part on our conference. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And if any of the students have any more questions or they want to connect with me, then they can, of course, on my LinkedIn or Instagram or anything.
Yes, everybody who will want, so I share your connect your mail to speak with you and maybe to find some common interest in future. So thank you. And now is time for Sebastian. So please, Sebastian, switch your camera. Sebastian, yes. So welcome, Sebastian.
Hello.
Hello. Sebastian is from Finland.
Okay, to keep it short, let's say my main goal is to stop imposter syndrome from happening. So I mostly teach Adobe software, also game studies, game research, and service design. I have quite a large course palette, which I teach, and because of that, I have employed this hackathon type of teaching style where we have very intense workshops where we kind of learn the content, learn the tools by just doing things with them, of course, in a controlled manner.
Thank you. Approximately how many students do you have in one class, and what is your studies of game design, how it looks out?
I have generally one class has around 30 students, and I have I think it was around 11 or 12 something like that courses a year. So around 300 students go through some of my courses every year. Of course, some are the same person, but for game design, I was that was one of the reasons why I was hired to my current position. I came from a kind of a workplace background instead of a research one, but I've also been running an indie game development company, and actually my previous job was as a Unity virtual reality developer. So the kind of indie part came later in a more serious manner. Of course, I've been a hobbyist for since probably seriously since 2016, but I have done games and modding before that since the mid 90s.
Okay, thank you very much for introduction, and here is your time for presentation.
Okay, at the Godot Engine Discord, there's a channel called Surviving Game Dev. Of course, there's a lot of survival within game dev. It's obvious because you need to constantly learn new things. Especially in the indie side of things, you are in an extremely competitive space without being competitive per se. But there are a lot of games coming out, and you really need to do extremely good, not extremely good games, but extremely good marketing. And by doing it with a family as a hobbyist, it of course takes a toll. And I think what I wanted to share are the methods and mindsets how to actually pull it off. And first of all, making an indie game is kind of like throwing a snowball into hell and seeing if it melts. You have to throw a lot of snowballs in that time, and it has to be sustainable. It has to be good for you. So let's start with a Malcolm Gladwell quote about 10,000 hours, that it's a magic number of expertise. You will need 10,000 hours. But is it kind of, you can't really put the 10,000 hours into a blanket statement like, okay, I have done 100 hours of game development and I'm at 1% now. That doesn't work like that. You have several other skills that build up to your 10,000 hours. Art, marketing, producing, programming, audio, game design, and these are all blanket statements. You will be going into detail, going into every single one of these, and many of you students may see this art bracket as ridiculous because it holds within itself a lot of things, like such as live drawing, textures, composition, form, etc. So all of the categories are built from smaller skills that are themselves built from smaller skills. So So the kind of the thing that these small pieces make in unison, it's synergy. Learning is to know what they are and how to apply them, of course. It's kind of how you, in, for instance, art, if you see how to kind of make a good composition with simple lines, then you will, of course, need to know how to make different textures with your pencil. And then you go into kind of how light works, how shading works, how color works, the kind of good color palette. That is this kind of synergy working with the skill. So the first thing about getting these skills is choosing your tools. And I'm using Godot. Many people may ask that, is Godot even a serious game engine? Well, RPG Maker 2003 is a serious game engine. It depends on how you use it. First of all, the reason I may have used RPG Maker as well, but why I chose Godot is because it's kind of simple to make a player character movement, which is usually a lot more complicated than stated here. Everyone who is familiar with programming may see quite quickly what this is about. And some may even see lots of faults in this. This is not my code. This is from Google image search. I have to admit my player controllers are more complicated, but the thing about easy core feature making, when that's simple, then everything else is simple too. And that makes adding features, fixing bugs, all of the things that are related to kind of the development process, it makes them quicker. It makes the workflow more smooth. And also, the most important thing about quick development is that you can cook up a prototype within a day. And that's the most important thing that you can do as a small team or solo indie. And also, you can make pretty much any game with Godot, well, except PBR games. A lot of people who have presented here have shown actually quite stunning PBR level graphics, but you kind of need to go low poly on this still, even with the version 4. But still, one thing that is low poly and low spec is not only easy on the system that you're working on, it's also easy on your time, because the quicker you finish things, the more feasible the development is. So also one problem is when you're doing a serious Steam release, you're probably not going to get very good answers from teenagers. And there's a lot of teenagers in the Godot community. So that's definitely one pitfall, although you may get really kind of really thorough help from for even complicated questions, because there are lots of people, development experts in it, who are very helpful within the community. So the kind of what makes the development feasible as well is these are all games made with Godot. There's one serious game or applied game in and 2 action games, 1 2D and 1 3D. Some may be familiar with the one in the big picture. So I forgot the name, but anyway. The assets you create, if you love to draw, then it's obvious that you should make a 2D game. If you love to do pixel art, then a pixel game, and with modeling, then a 3D game. Of course, it's a lot more complicated as whole in it. So takeaways from this part is you should kind of know the parts that you are already good at. Are you an artist? Are you a video producer? Maybe make a full motion video game. And of course, in the beginning, just hyper focus on things that are going to help you make tiny prototypes and small games, and you will get a lot of benefits out of going into game jams, and you can even kind of slowly build a community with that. And also, of course, knowing what aesthetics please you personally. If it's PBR, then I don't know what to say. And how to make a good game, I don't know. I only know how to make a game better. You can only kind of course, first of all, it's subjective. Usually a bad game is not subjective. I personally was not that into Undertale, but I saw that I saw the value in it. And a lot of people love that game. I also liked Dragon Age 2 when it came out, and that's a game that many people don't really like. But there are good games and there are trendy games, and those are two separate things. I think it would be, if you want to make money out of this, then it's good to find what the trends are and play a little bit by them, of course, by your own preference. But the first kind of thing to do when you are building a prototype and you're testing it out yourself, would I play this game when it's finished? Is it something that makes sense for me? Are you playing that? If I find myself playing my own game, then there's definitely something in it. And another thing is that game needs to have juice. This doesn't have audio, but juice is kind of making the game feel more intense with visual effects. Kind of the screen shakes, cartoon text, aim effects, and light flashes and such. Those were pretty much kind of a minimum thing that I did to make the game feel of this better. This is a prototype. That is kind of, I don't know what I'm gonna make of this. Let's see. And also the second is consistent art direction. There was a bit of a kind of confusing older kind of suggestion for a topic that it was about player rewarding and a tonal music. This game does have a tonal music. This trailer that I will play does not have atonal music, though it's from the old soundtrack. But the game is The Infernal Masquerade, and it's kind of in the style of PlayStation 2 horror games, and it looks like this. It gives you kind of a vague idea what the game is about. It's Minesweeper, but it's not Minesweeper. The second thing that I did with the game is actually I was also in the topic was about diegetic rewarding. The game starting screen, that everything you see before you begin playing the game is the things that you have gathered from your previous play sessions. The kind of game has different levels that has a few kind of these mine, aka vampire groups within it. And when you play through one, you will get a Steam achievement out of that. And when you activate the achievement, or when it activates, then it shows these objects in the level, the sharp jaws from the boat cabin level in the first area. There's a statue on the right, painting on the right, that is from the art gallery, and a smaller lamp from the park, and a chandelier on the roof from the grand hall. I will also give rewards from sillier achievements. And also, you need to test the game out for give it to other people to play. What I've seen in these years is that verbal feedback is not that useful. What happens while they're playing the game, that's what's important. Does it have difficulty spikes? Does it get dull? Just see when they kind of get the, I don't think I'm going to play it anymore. Or if they start kind of looking for, what am I going to do now? That's how you will find the core problems of the game. So the takeaways from this is, would you play the game yourself? Does it have juice? And does it have consistency within its art direction? Also, programmer art is a lot better as an option than a hot mess. And let other people play it and take notes. This is the most important part. This is how you can go on with this applies to every creative field. This is about lifestyle choices. And creative work usually is kind of kind of a passion. So it's really good at creating burnouts. The first thing is stop being chronically online. If you spend all of your time on social media, on Discord, on Twitter, on Reddit, and it kind of starts to affect your own thinking, kind of warp your own thinking. You may argue against people that only exist in your head. Then it's time to kind of take a break and start seeing it differently. Also, more controlled social media use may be problematic. But I won't suggest that you delete your social media accounts. No, just treat it like work emails, because that's quite much how it is. Like, and a good thing to think about, does social media affect your life choices? Do you see, are you on Instagram and you see your kind of life events as content? The same is, do you think, does alcohol have an effect on your everyday life choice? I can't go there tomorrow because I'm going to be hungover again. So those are two separate things, but they indicate problematic behavior and a problematic relationship with the media. And of course, a lot of us, including me, need social media for work. So aim for minimal and effective, and plan ahead, use automatic posting, do it when it gets the best impact. And you will have more time and energy to do things like go on walks. The composer Osmo Tapio-Raihala said that he composes mostly while walking. And it's kind of a process that gives nutrients to the mind and body. There was a recent study that said older people who walked daily did get significantly less dementia-like symptoms. And also, for all of the 3D people out there, take a camera with you and take photos of nature and of objects, so that you won't have to survive on mega scans only. You can make your own mega scans. And also avoid overdoing it, because it's always like kind of cool to go in things with a passion. Okay, now I'm gonna run a marathon. Now I'm gonna go to the gym every day and become like swole or something. Just create a habit of exercise. That's gonna do everything. Also, this is probably going to be a hard to swallow pill for the introverts, but meet people. Being an introvert does not mean that you can survive without any human contact. You may survive with less human contact, fine, but you still need meaningful connections, and you still need to kind of have people around you to discuss and kind of process things that you've experienced. This is very important for students. And you are privileged in a way that you have a really good social network around you and you can meet people. When you get out of school, then it's going to get a little bit lonely after that. So that's the time when you need to be active. Unless you have, of course, kids. I have, so they take a lot of that time. They give me most of the company that I need. So for the game design students, you can, nobody's stopping you from running a game jam. You need a few power sockets, seating, probably a fast food joint close by, and ventilation, of course. So it doesn't get too hot with several people in the same room. And of course, joining hobbies and volunteer work, that's especially good after you finish your studies, to kind of, if you're not already like forming a family, and most are not. And the last thing about well-being is closure. You need to fail fast. So finish your project or kill it. Don't go for the middle ground. If you want to try out if something is kind of good, then make a prototype, put it on itch, see what happens. You've thrown another snowball into hell. And if it doesn't become a hit, then you have one game to show probably a future employer. It's always beneficial. If it does become a hit, then go get the Steam Direct or try to pitch it to a publisher. So the takeaways are stop being terminally online, take walks, meet people, and aim for closure. And now I could answer some questions.
Yeah, hello. Just a second. Yeah, hi. So in the beginning, you mentioned like if you wanna make a game that's gonna make a lot of money, you have to follow the trends. But some time ago, I've heard the quote. I didn't know who said it. That if you start working on a game that's based on something trending at the moment, it's already too late. Like people are not going to be interested in that topic anymore when you finish it. So what do you think about that?
Yes, that is actually very correct. Probably the more important thing would be to make the trends, but that's extremely difficult. But if you have a quick development window, then it's kind of easy to follow it as well. If I were to make a game in a 6-month time window now, I would definitely make a body cam video game because that's trending strongly at the moment due to a game. I don't remember what the game was called, but I think more if you follow trends, I don't think you should follow positive trends that much, but follow negative ones. Look what's oversaturated, what's being released consistently. It would probably be quite difficult to make a successful deck builder at the moment or a successful Metroidvania at the moment, unless you really push the genre to a new direction.
Yeah,
I
okay,
hope.
thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. The next question will put Samuel Kozak. He's also online. Switch your camera, please, Samuel.
Yes, so can you hear me?
So
Yes.
Samuel is the student of the third class of game design. So he will make in few months his bachelor project, diploma bachelor, yes. So Samuel, your question.
Yeah, so my question would be, do you have any book recommendations or any online resources that you could recommend our students?
Online resources, Chris Zukowski's How to Market a Game. That's one of the best ones. About game design, I personally like Book of Lenses by Jesse Schell, and also I don't remember what the book was called, but it was by Tynan Sylvester, who I think he made Rimworld, if I remember correctly. That's one that I found quite useful, and as a kind of a special extra, Celia Hodent's gamer psychology. It's kind of one that goes in depth about how games should reward people, and of course, that's a book that people who make mobile games and free-to-play mobile games and Skinner box games use. But in desktop games that are single purchase, you will have to kind of have some engaging rewarding as well, and a meta type of rewarding. So that's a very solid recommendation as well.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one more question, and my question is about your students and the methodology of education. For example, our students in every year of studies have to finish some little project, and in the end, after 3 years, they have to finish a large project. And you mentioned that you have 300 of students during 1 year, school year. So the question is, how many students are able to finish a last project, or what kind of project? Or it is theoretical work, or it is practical work, or how it is in your school with game design mainly?
Generally, people who are able to finish are everyone who attends. And I kind of try to make it easy for them by putting the courses in a small time window, because within a few days that are kind of intense teaching and project work, usually life doesn't happen that much, but within a 2-month time window, life may happen a lot easier. And I always recommend the students to not take the remote option, because everyone who fails the course or fails to return anything are doing it remotely. But when we're doing workshops, then I try to kind of give direction and guidance to everyone, to say, kind of micromanage them, especially in the early parts, to say that, okay, you may need to put this in this direction, and to give mentoring. And the game design course is the most difficult one, because I have kind of a 5-credit, a short period of time to teach a lot of things. So my focus is to teach them the absolute basics they need to create quick prototypes, so that they can kind of build up on the other skills gradually over time and try out different new genres.
And in case in the future your students will participate on our conference, for example, in 1 year, do you think that they can show some project in game design that could be not finished, but close to some reasonable form?
Very, very likely. It kind of depends on the timing of the course. I will be starting the game design course next Monday. So, and also I had one student last year who, there's always kind of the really good ones are quite few, because we are not an art school, so to say. We're just kind of teaching communications. But the students who are genuinely interested in game design usually produce really good games. And there was one last year, but and now that I have been in this event, I know that this is a possibility for the students to present their projects, and it would be an interesting opportunity for them as well to show what they've done.
Yes, because for our conditions, it is very important to compare our results with students with similar interest abroad and Europe and so on. So thank you very much for your participation. And
thank you.
Now we heard 5 professionals and 2 groups of students of our school. And we'll finish our meeting. I want to recapitulate that the concept of this conference was mainly about presentations of teachers and professionals in the same time, and we could hear Mrs. Rabelova with scenography. We could hear a very clever presentation from Michał Kosinski from Poland. You could see that his interpretation is really scientific, so it is not realistic problems of how to make 3D or so, but it is philosophy, how to pitch some idea or how to look over some problem. And later we had 4 students from visual effects, and in future conference we'll have a presentation of, in case if we'll have graduate students on game design. So beside students of visual effects, there will be also students from game design. And I hope that in future we'll have cooperation or presentation students from Portuguese, from Czech Republic. I'm in touch with main teacher in Film University of Zlin, and he promised that their students for this year was not prepared, but for future, for next year, they will participate. And the same is with also another schools abroad, mainly in Europe. And after our break, we had a really very nice presentation from Frederick and from Marcel and from Sebastian. So now we can tell that our conference is finishing. And once more, we clap our hands and thank you very much for the presentation.